Ugh. 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 Okay, let me switch to... Oh, okay. Welcome, welcome. I hope the music isn't too loud. I hope I'm not too loud either. I know it's been a little tricky balancing how loud my voice is compared to the audio playing. Just a little tricky. But welcome in. And when it pops in, or I guess for the VOD later, I guess, I am attempting to make a Pathfinder module, I think it's called, unsure. Making a setting, scenario. Fun thing to do in Pathfinder 1E. Actually, probably should update that. Update 1E module. Okay. 1E module, I think? Yeah. I am attempting to create Deep Rock Galactic within a tabletop, within my favorite tabletop system, just Pathfinder 1E. Which means I gotta make the, well, not so much the maps, it's more of just the core numbers. The core numbers and rules, really, is all you really need to do. The maps and stuff, that's all can come down to each individual person that uses the system to play. I do have maps ready and a way to get maps. Someone had told me about this site, this generator site. You put in a random number seed, and based on those numbers, it'll generate different layouts. You can control like what level the dungeon is. You can pick the motif. So see, you can pick like Aquatic Desert, Underdark, or different arcanas and stuff. For this, we're doing like Underdark. Really, you can do the dungeon name. You can do just whatever numbers you want and see it changes. Dramatically changes the layout on the little preview. 8. What about 1? Interesting. 2, 3, 4.
Granger knows that if you're a school custodian,
Shut up.
cleanliness is your top priority.
Yeah, that's gonna happen every now and then. And then, aside from just the regular, like, rectangle layout, you can do box, you can do square, you can do cross, dagger, solitaire, keep, hexagon, etc. But we're going to be using cavernous for our generations, or whatever generations we need. And then you can pick the dungeon size. Now, just tiny. Peripheral egress, which I didn't know what that meant at first, but now I do know. It means exit points. So see, there's a little exit point right there. You can add multiple ones, or you can add them to every side, just for a lot more customization. I think we're gonna go with... We're not really gonna do anything with like maps right now. Just to show you an example. Red square map style. Alright, slate. So see, it's like in stone, underground. Fits. And construct dungeon. It will randomly construct little layout, see? So we got like some stone pillars here, I'm guessing. And it'll label certain areas. Zone, and then have a random, like, it'll set a random temperature and show, like, you know, whatever fortitude DC you'd need, the illumination, and then suggest some wandering monster spawns. And then the rooms, 1, 2, 1, 2, it'll attach some random, like, you know, either encounters or treasure or secret compartment doors, etc. And it'll even provide all the stats and everything. Just very useful indeed. And it has a little guide here for like doorways, but this is a cavern, so there isn't really any of these kind of things. So what I'm working on right now is just figuring out the enemy stats, because the CR system is a little confusing for me. So I'm using AI mainly to just collect information. Mainly to collect information and to try and consolidate ideas. So like I've been like giving it certain ideas of mine that I've set up. So like attaching party level and size to different hazard difficulties from Deep Rock, to try and find a balance of size of waves and stuff to send at players, and different like mix-ups of enemy types that would balance well, since Pathfinder and Deep Rock are a very different system. In Deep Rock, you can mow down like 5 glyphid spiders, basic glyphid spider grunts, within like, you know, 3 seconds. In Pathfinder, you cannot kill 5 glyphid grunts within, you know, 5 seconds, unless you're using like some really high, you know, powerful magic or bombs or something. But even then, it's like they have their HP might like absorb most of that, and most of the first one anyway. So it's harder to kill things en masse at lower levels, especially in Pathfinder, because of action economy and stuff. So just trying to figure out a good balance to use right now is what I'm doing. But I do have some initial like maps like ready to use and sized well. It's just making up the enemy stats to affix to the enemies, and I even have all the images for all the different basic glyphid creatures. So let's see, just trying to figure out. So I proposed this system that I thought up to it, using a system of fixing certain level parties to certain leveled hazards with a level 1 to 4 party of 4 player characters, only able to hazard 1 missions, and at level 5 to 8 players able to do hazard 2, and so on, up to 17 to 20 able to do hazard 5. What would be the best way to decide what mobs to spawn for waves across the different hazard levels? And it suggested need to balance action economy, how many turns players get versus the bugs, and the general challenge rating. Typically lower CR, many lower CR enemies rather than one big one. Let's see, saying hazard 1 to 4, CR 2 to 5 for the encounter budget. That's 2, CR 6 to 9. Typical wave composition. So I can have that. I'll probably save that just as a reference. If I can find where the frick I put that folder. Libraries. Pictures? No. Libraries. It's no, drive. Flutter and RPG. Map campaign. Custom maps. Deep Rock Galorian. Hazard scaling formula. Version 1. Just for something to reference and adjust myself. And as for method for spawning waves, use the troop subtype for hazard 3+. Once your players hit level 9, tracking 15 individual guns will slow your game to a crawl. Use the troop subtype. Troop's collection of creatures that acts as a single large or huge entity. So at 12 grunts, you spawn 2 glyphic grunt columns. Have high HP, move together, and deal automatic damage to anyone adjacent, mimicking a wall of bugs. This one seems interesting. The point buy wave spawner. Assign a point value to each bug based on their CR. When the wave starts, spend your hazard budget. Grunt is 1 point, Slasher Guard is 2 points, Bacteria Spawn is 3 points, Praetorian is 5, and Oppressor is 10. Example has 2 waves, CR7 has about 12 points. You can spawn 1 Praetorian, 2 Slashes, and 3 Grunts. How does that work? CR7. How does a CR7 have 12 points? If it's in Deep Rock, environmental hazards have passive spawns. In Deep Rock Galactic, if itself is an enemy, hazard 3 and up, don't just spawn bugs. Add static spawners, cave leeches. Yeah, definitely. I do want to add those later on. Right now, I'm trying to get just a base system, just to attempt like a session 0. To attempt a session 0. Hazard 1, simple mission. Capture panic phase. Hazard 4 and 5. Use a round timer. Drop party parts in 10 rounds every 2 rounds. When D4 grunts spawn from a random direction, force players to stop full attacking and start moving, which is the core of the gameplay. So I want to go back up here. I so I have a general line. Stats for this. Hold on. Let me minimize all of this here. Let's get something. Adjusting something in the background. That'll work. Just in case I accidentally tab to the... Oh, I didn't know I could do that. Oh, interesting. If I minimize the Chrome window, it turns the screen black. Okay. And then over here, I'm just sticking to this. Because I do need to show my, I do want to show my notepad. Actually, no, that'd be revealing too much. Don't reveal all my notes. So, I have the basic stats for the Glyphid Swarm and the Glyphid Grunt. I have the Swarm being treated as a... What was it? What did they call it up here? Tactics. Where was the... The minion rule. I gave the Glyphid Swarmers the minion rule, just a little bit different. So if the Glyphid Swarmer group will be normally a swarm, you cannot hurt with weapon damage, and you have to use like area of effect attacks and stuff like that. What I did was, alternating the minion rule a bit, I made it to where the swarm can be attacked by weapons, but each hit only deals 1 damage, but the number of however many hit points the swarm has total is also how many like little swarmers are in the group. So weapon hits can still hit them like you can, you know, attack the individual swarmers in Deep Rock Galactic. Wait a minute. Oh, let me attempt this. Avrelesham Quindalex. Hello, welcome. What's up? How are you? How are you? One of the places I posted the live link in? I'm assume Discord? Not a live link? Oh, I have no clue then. Wait, did you discover me off of, like, Reddit or 4chan or something? I know people talk about me there. I haven't looked myself, but I hear it. I hear about it. Oh, YouTube Shorts? Saw my comment? Oh, which comment? Where? What was I talking about? What was I rambling about? Oh yeah, I don't remember what I commented on that one. Weeping Angels is scary. Oh, the one with the... like, how... I don't remember. The thought train is always moving. Oh yeah, at Touch Turn she didn't die instantly or some shit. It's like, cause that's how I thought angels killed people, was just by touching people. Yeah, I don't know. I never actually watched Doctor Who. I've watched Doctor Who just by the sheer majority of clips of moments I've seen across all of YouTube. When YouTube decide, okay, it's time for you to watch another few seconds from a dozen different Doctor Who episodes all in one sitting. Weird algorithm stuff. But yeah, thanks for hopping in, thanks for following. You a Pathfinder fan? Or a Deep Rock Galactic fan? Cause I'm kinda mixing the two together. From scratch. I don't know anything about those. ads. And you don't know anything about either? Oh, I see. I got 40 seconds till the ad starts. So, Pathfinder 1E is a tabletop RPG game similar to Dungeons & Dragons. I think, I'm not 100%, a precursor to Dungeons & Dragons. And since Dungeons & Dragons is based off of Pathfinder 3, I think. Pathfinder 3, 3.5, I believe. I'm not entirely sure. And, you know, it's just might and magic, little characters, fairy tale, fantasy, etc. And Deep Rock Galactic is basically dwarves mining in space. But I'm just bringing them back down to Earth. Alright, let's see. CNB, CND.
Usually getting a phone for $0 is too good to be true.
Usually ads being blocked means the ads are fucking blocked. Diggy diggy. Diggy diggy hole in space. In space. Wait, are the ads gone? Not sure. I can't tell. But yeah, that's actually one of the lines that's the dwarves will randomly say when you're digging out rock in the game. The game has its fair share of little memes and references to things. Oh nope, there's the ad break. In progress meter. I see. Works very well. My ads, not Twitch ads? Can I control what ads are appear on my channel specifically? If I can, I have no idea how to do that. I'm totally not someone that's been streaming. I'm totally not someone that's been streaming for over 10 years. It's fine. I don't know if there's a way to be able to control what ads specifically show on your channel. I got no idea how to do that. But yeah, the game has the Deep Rock Galactic does have a lot of like references and memes and stuff in it through the gameplay. Like they'll randomly sing that Diggy Diggy Hole song while digging. I believe so. Hold on, let me do a quick Google. Which came first, Pathfinder or D&D? Dungeons & Dragons came first. Oh, okay, originally released in 1974. Pathfinder was released much later in 2009 by Paizo. Pathfinder was developed as a direct successor, often called D&D 3.0. The 3.5 edition D&D offers similar experience. Okay, so Pathfinder came after D&D. I got it wrong. Over 10 years. I think I got a notice or something recently on Twitch. Docs my fucking Twitch recommends here. Your streamiversary is coming up in 2 days. Yesterday. To help you celebrate this milestone with your viewers. Oh boy. Yeah. So I guess we'll figure out which streamiversary it is, because I'm not entirely sure exactly when I started streaming. I think it's way back when Twitch, before Twitch was Twitch. I don't know. 2014? Maybe? I'm not sure. I have like a video, I think I have like an old video clip somewhere, I don't know. It's been a long time. I've been streaming for a very long time. But you know, I'm still a small streamer. But I don't mind it. It's fine. Not really. I'm not the clout chaser type. I just stream what I want to stream. Do what I can for whatever charities I can get some help on. Oh yeah, I've had YouTube way longer. YouTube, you could probably find some really old... You could find a lot of my old VODs there. Back whenever I played more on the Xbox, back when I could afford an Xbox Gold subscription to play the games I already paid for. Can't do that shit anymore. Just can't. Sorry, Xbox, but y'all need to get your shit together. Oh, really? I've only ever once had I had my family tell me they came across they saw my body double, and they swore that it looked just like me, and I was like, there's no way. I never seen him. I don't know. They say everybody has a body double in the world somewhere, just naturally. But yeah, I've been making content for a long time. I'm not that entertaining. I don't think I'm that entertaining on my own. I usually do better with like people to talk to, make jokes with, and such. Like in VR chat, I'm part of staff for a bunch of like dance club events. Primarily, I am like videographer, so I take videos and edit them when I need to. Otherwise, I just let the dancers like use the videos for whatever they want. You know, promotion, references, make fancy videos and stuff on it of their performances. And then my other staff job is, I guess normally how like an event would have a host or two for like banter and stuff. I would be the unofficial second or third host, just cutting in at random times and saying. Reacting to things they say to make shit much funnier. That's probably where I entertain best. But usually by myself, talking to myself, yeah. And don't get me started on like mostly the Fox part. Yeah, foxes be foxing. But yeah, I've tried to make a lot of different content. I do miss some of the older gaming days, like with the Battlefront era. The Battlefront era was fantastic. It was a great time. It's a great time, just all around fun, matches, battles. I'm talking about like the new Battlefront 1, not the original Battlefront 1. That was great. And then then the new Battlefront 2 came out, and freaking EA being bastards they are, microtransaction bastards, and a lot of people didn't like that, and then making loot boxes, and then all those people and then a lot of those people were fucking whiners complaining, oh, it's pay to win now to buy leveled up star cards to kill other players. And it's like, bruh, when the game came out and people were complaining about that immediately, I intentionally did not use star cards for the first few months, and I topped the leaderboards. I beat the crap out of everybody with nothing but basic weapons and abilities. It's just a skill issue on their part. But because there was so much outrage, it got a lot of people to quit. A lot of people leave negative reviews and stuff, return the game, and tell all their friends and everything, oh no, the game's not worth it, it's pay to win, it's trash. And then they continued to update the game and change it and remove loot boxes and stuff entirely, put a whole new card system in. You earn the upgrades through playing, and they just kept adding content for like the next 4 or 5 years. But the game eventually finally did lose official support, so now it's like, good luck getting into a match that doesn't have a hacker in it, just ruining the entire experience for everybody. Last year, there was a brief period where, for some reason, everyone just got back onto the game in masse, and it was, you know, short-lived. It lasted for a little while, a month or so. But there were a lot of fun matches again, except for the ones that you end up with a hacker in your lobby and they ruin it for everyone again. But if you got a lobby full with players on both sides and none of them were hackers, and you just kept running battles, just keep playing the game as it was intended. And a lot of new players that had hopped in and got the game on sale for like $5 and checked it out and see that oh, it's like, wow, this game is actually ridiculously fun. Why is people saying so much bad stuff about it? It's because a bunch of people are a bunch of fucking whiners. That's why. Bunch of fucking whiners. Yeah, I get sick of it. I get sick of the gaming industry getting ruined by both the dumb fucking producers and shareholders that think they know how to make games, make money, and then the fucking idiot whiny, like, players, preferably the fucking whiny PC player base, that expect a game to work 500% as intended on day one. Otherwise, I just negative review bomb the game into oblivion. It's so dumb. Yeah. I do hope we get Battlefront 3 someday, and for the love of God, don't let EA handle it. Give it to a different studio. Give it back to DICE. Like, let DICE try again. Let DICE do it again, but this time give them complete creative freedom to design the games, you know, the way they want, and not restricted by, well, we need loot boxes and microtransactions and shit like that. It's like, no, you don't. Just need to make the game good. You make the game good, you sell the game to, you know, millions and millions of Star Wars fans. Hundreds of millions. Almost billions of Star Wars fans. Probably, I don't know. I would like to say Star Wars as a whole has over 500 million fans. At least. You sell 500 million copies of a game for $60, you're fucking set. All you gotta do is make the game good. You don't gotta put any cheap trick bullshit into it. You just gotta make it run right, play right, have all the kind of content people would want, all the heroes, all the villains, all the maps, all the planets. Would really like if they brought back Galactic Conquest. That's the main thing that the new Battlefront 2 was missing, is Galactic Conquest. There's no reason you can't have a PvE mode for people to do, or make a versus mode of Galactic Conquest. You have 2 teams of players vote on where they want to send their cruiser, to what planet, to attack and try to take over, etc. There's so many ways you can do it. There's so many ways you can make games these days. It's ridiculous. It's so easy. I just don't got, you know, the resources to do it the resources or the know-how to, you know, program it myself. Yeah, imagine making smart decisions in the gaming industry. A very predictable and easy to please industry. Ugh. But anyway, back to this. But yeah, Deep Rock Galactic, like, if you ever see that game on sale, it's definitely worth getting. It's definitely worth trying out Deep Rock Galactic, because, like, it's just honest fun. It's up to 4 players. You play as a dwarf, obviously. You're in space. You're sent on missions to mine the planet Hoxes, which is a planet that partly exploded from a mining accident, ironically enough. And you fight creatures to get resources and gems and profit, above all. Even at the cost of your lives. And you fight, and the main things you fight is a bunch of spider-like creatures with many different variants. You got armored spiders, you got spiders that spit acid, spiders that shoot web, you got spiders that are so heavily armored you can't damage them unless you do something very specific or hit them from a specific angle. And there's a bunch of different mission types, and there's even other enemy types that kind of interfere. Like, there's like a newer Ossuran enemy type where they're kind of like beetles, but there's only like, I've only ever seen 2. I don't know if there's another form or something, like maybe on higher difficulties, but I think it's fairly new, so maybe there's just waiting to add some more variants of that group. There's also a rival mining operation run by robots, so you run into robot enemies on certain missions and stuff. And there's also like plague infected enemies of the basic spider enemies too that you run into sometimes. It's just depending on the season and stuff and what's going on. But it's very fun, and it's very like, it's a type of game where it's like you and 3 other random dudes hop randomly into a mission, you press one button, you shout rock and stone, and it's like the brotherhood is complete. Nothing can separate us and our bond, and we leave no dwarf behind. And it's just that easy. And it's great. It's definitely worth playing. As for Pathfinder, tabletop system, Pathfinder 1E specifically, you can basically think up any kind of character with almost any kind of ability, and it is possible to create that character within the rules, given enough time and levels and magic and gold and equipment to make it possible. The difference between D&D and Pathfinder, the people at Pathfinder know what the fuck they're doing. D&D is more limited, but it's easier to play. It's easier to get into and understand the rules of D&D than Pathfinder. But if you learn Pathfinder, there's a lot more rules, there's a lot more numbers and stats to learn. But if you do learn it, it makes learning all the other systems very easy. And the benefit of Pathfinder, with all of its in-depth,
working across teams is tough.
No, shut up.
But Asana helps you handle it.
Where was I? The thing with Pathfinder is because it's a lot more in-depth with the rules and the numbers, it has a higher power scaling. So you can quite literally become a god in Pathfinder. There are ways. There are official ways to reach godhood. They're very dangerous and high level. And, you're very likely to die, but it is possible. But it's a little difficult to find really good Pathfinder 1E DMs, the people that run the games. The people that, decide like the map layouts, the enemy encounters, the loot, the story that's happening in the background. It's hard to find really good ones of those. I luckily have a very good one that I've played in their campaigns for years. And the last main campaign that I played my character, like this model here that I'm using, this model of Teira Kaika, the Kitsune Paladin, with a I guess you could say a shadow fire bloodline, I guess what you would call it. my character's fun as hell to play. Like, I got a big sword. I got a big two-handed sword that I can power up to literally cut through any solid thing. Cut through anything with any hardness. It can also, once a day, open a portal to the Feywild, which is like a special chaotic magic kind of place. With like ancient magic, and the rules are not like entirely like normal. And I also have like an ethereal blade made of pure energy that I can change and adjust with different abilities and stuff. And there's a lot of cool shit you can do. Like, one team member of mine is able to lift so much like weight in one sitting. They could, if they could find somebody to cut the tip top of a mountain off, they can lift that tip top of the mountain and throw it. How does one play it? You find a DM, or find a group somewhere to play. There's various different places you can go to look. So I only really know of Reddit. You could look in Roll20 to see if there's like open groups, but like I said, it's very hard to find a good DM for it. And then the other challenge is finding a group that you can fit in with. So like, your personality fits well with theirs and stuff, because that's another major factor, is finding a group of people that can work and interact enough together well enough for a campaign to go well. That, or you could try finding like one-shot campaigns. One-shots are like one quick adventure, like, you know, in and out, 20-minute adventure. Though more like 2 or 3 hours or something. More like 2-3 hours. Depending on how long you take to observe and identify every hole in the wall. Things like that. Like D&D, you roll die, all DM story with a good amount of limit. How's Pathfinder played? It's basically played the same way. It's just that there's a lot more in-depth checks to make. And the grapple system is a little complicated. But other than that, it's not too different from D&D. It's just that the overall potential is greater than D&D with Pathfinder. Most people play Pathfinder 2e these days. I don't really know that system. I don't really play that one, so I don't know. But that's what most people play, is the second edition Pathfinder. Like, hold on, let me go to the SRD and show you just how much stuff there is. So here's just the home page here. You got races, so many races. Got the core races, all the basic dwarf, elf, gnome, half-elf, halfling, human, standard races, gnoll, lizard folk, monkey, goblin, featured, advanced, monstrous races, uncommon races. Yeah, like I said, if there's any kind of character you can think up of any race, any background, any god worship, any type of god worship, any type of abilities, types of magic, there's all the ways to play them. So see, and like even the core classes have archetypes, and archetypes are like that same class but a different kind, and there's a lot of third party, but typically you don't want to like rely on third party stuff. You want to use Paizo's. So these are all different bards that all work differently, and you can kind of tell by the names what they do. So you got the Flame Singer, which is, you know, the bard using their voice to, I guess, spew fire or something, or the Flame Dancer, that is a bard that uses dancing for their magic. Celebrity, Buccaneer, Arrow, Minstrel. I'm guessing they somehow use their loot to shoot as a bow to shoot arrows or something. Daredevil, Faith Singer, Dragon Yapper, Kobold, Dwarven Scholar, Bard. There's so many different variants of each class. So it's typically good to stick just with the base class for the first time, for your first go through, just so you can learn the system. Because once you start getting into like all the customized archetype classes and stuff, it gets crazy. It gets crazy the kind of characters you can build. Like I have a mage that's called I think I called her. It's it's D&D with a fuckload of official homebrew. Whole lot. I have a mage named Escrio, what was it, Chianox? I think. And she is a half-elf drow. Yeah, she's a half-elf drow. So her mother was a drow, her father was a high elf. And normally, you know, bitter enemies ended up in a position of surviving together, etc., etc. The one thing led to another, and she had a child, and it was a miracle child because I have her themed as like her skin is like, you know, a mix of both the races, so she's got like a vitiligo thing going on. So she's got white and black, you know, patches on her skin, except hers is a little special looking. She has freckles, except that the freckles that appear on the dark parts are all white, so they look like stars. And so, like, that's a major thing of her theme, is with the stars and the sun. And kind of like a balance between light and darkness thing. So her classes are a wizard and a cleric. And I have her doing what's called a prestige class, a prestige class is when you have to learn enough of 2 other classes to take the prestige class. And so the what was it called? I think it's Thaumaturge. Was it Thaumaturge, maybe? I'm just gonna say that for now. The Thaumaturge class is basically you have to have a certain amount of levels in both a arcane and a divine class for magic, and you get special abilities because of it. My wizard, she has so many spell slots. She couldn't go through all of them in one battle if she tried. She's got so many. It's crazy. Like, if there's a type of spell you need in a certain situation, she can provide it. Because she also has, like, spell slots that she can customize on the fly with a specific spell that she knows. I cast everything. Oh yeah, and then, like, I'd have to double check. I think she can cast she can summon 3 creatures in a turn, which normally it takes a full turn to summon 1 creature, but she's able to do it as a standard action. And then her summons, if they're like the same alignment as her, they get bonuses as well. So what I like doing with her is using like 3 of her highest level spell slots to summon 3 of similar types of creatures, which are devas. 3 different types of devas, each one stronger than the other. Oh yeah, it's like a small army, and that you can order and control on the battlefield. And then, you know, she can cast fireball. She can cast like just so much. She can cast so much, and another ad is gonna start in another minute. I don't control the ads. I have them at like as low frequency as possible. But yeah, it's just so much fun to be able to create your characters and stuff, just however you imagine them. A lot of people what they'll do is they'll build a character first, like they'll make it like 20 in a turn. Yeah. So what a lot of people will do is they'll build the character build first, so they'll build it to be overpowered, and then they'll imagine the character around, like the character and personality and background behind that character. I go the opposite. I think up the character first, and then I create their class, which is a little harder, but it's fine. Let me see here. I need to add some of these. Methods and notes. Where is the... This, I think this would be good. Point system. Has 2 waves. CR7 has about 12 points. How? And we're back, I think. It hasn't started yet. The AI, I'm using the AI to help me gather and concentrate information, like numbers and stuff, that would take me a ridiculously long time to look on my own and to consolidate into a graph I can look at and make adjustments. That is what AI is meant to do. AI is not meant to be like, okay, type into the AI, make an entire Deep Rock Galactic system for me to use, you know, just straight out. It's like, no, that's not how AI should be used, especially creatively. You want to use AI to help you make the decisions on what you're creating, not to create the entire thing for you. So that is why I'm using the AI, and also it would sort information. It would take me a very long time, especially with my ADHD, to actually find all this information and put it together. So my opinion on AI is I do not like that a lot of people are resorting to using AI as not even like a crutch. They're using it as like a full-on life support bed for everything they do. And I don't like that, because it just ruins creativity. It makes people lazy. It just degenerates all of everything over time. Hold on, I'm eating a little breakfast bar. It just doesn't really help creative wise, in my opinion. But certain things like you use AI like in a video game or something for the enemies, use an AI that has some limited ability to learn and change its how it functions and how it, you know, fights players and things like that, that's okay, because that's, you know, an evolving, adaptive AI that adjusts its gameplay to whoever is interacting with it in the game to create a more stimulated experience. And hold on, let me finish filling this.
The 2026 Chevy Equinox is ready for your
Too many nuts in this damn bar. Too much. That's too much raw protein, man. Too much nutty protein. It gets stuck in my teeth. Yeah, so like other AI, like for example, AI that they use to identify breast cancer, like years early, before it ever has a chance of developing. That's great AI. AI in Yeah, AI is not evil. It's just used for evil far too often. It's very easy to use AI for evil and laziness. But and then for like an example of AI in art, generally overall, I don't really like AI in art, because now it's just like you have to question everything on, it's like, is this AI? It looks like AI. And, you know, it's just like, it's just like, cause like, there's nothing behind it. I look at AI art and it's just like, there's just no soul behind this. It just looks like something that just came out a billion times on a copy printer. It's like, generate sexy woman art, and then it's just like press print 1,000 times. And then, you know, try to sell it and advertise it as, oh, look at all this work I did on making this AI art. It's like, no, it's just garbage. But if you use the AI in art responsibly, for example, I have a friend in VR chat that they have this custom model, like, you know, avatar model, that they made themselves, and they've edited themselves over many years. And what they do is they use the model in the game to like do poses and stuff like that, and then they use AI to kind of create like special effects and things around that model. So at the core of the art piece is the model that they made themselves from scratch. That's the other thing. I don't like that a lot of AI steals a lot of art. It steals a lot of art to create its, you know, effects and art and stuff, and people try to pass it off as, oh, look at me, I'm so original. Look at me, I made an AI bot that copies the Hayao Miyazaki art style. And it's like, it's like, no. No, don't do that. Fuck you. Burn it to the ground. But you use AI to improve things you already made, or if you use AI to, say, like, ask AI to like generate a few sexy poses for me, a few sexy line art poses for me, and then you yourself draw on top of those, you know, just creating just creating some ideas for you yourself to build on, that's fine. I don't have any problem with that. My main problem is just too much AI these days in the creative sphere is used to completely and utterly replace any kind of human creativity. And then people argue like, oh, well, I had to type in all the words and stuff specifically of what I want. And it's like, okay, and what's that got to do with anything? Anyone can type words. A 2-year-old can type the word truck in an AI generator and it'll generate some fancy, some fancy looking truck or something. Should the 2-year-old be praised for typing a word into a box? No, that's not art. Like, bruh. But that's me. But yeah, there's a lot more different there's like a lot of other things with AI. It's like, it's still developing. AI is still developing and like going up and down. It's like opening data centers here, but data centers over here are closing down. It's just like, I don't know, it's a lot to keep track of. And then there's the entire political sphere with AI and stuff of like, how are we gonna be able to fucking trust whatever the fuck happens in world events when you got AI that can almost completely and utterly recreate like perfect visuals of people doing specific things that you tell it to. It's like it's gonna get so cooked. Everything's gonna get so cooked. You're not gonna be able to believe anything. And then like in like criminal cases, people will use AI videos to cheat and fake and lie certain accusations and things like that. And it's just not good. It's just not good. Like, AI needs more regulation. It's too bad that, the people in charge will also abuse the ever-living shit out of AI. But you practice what you preach. Yeah, what you preach. No, practice what you preach. And that's why I'm only using the AI to help me consolidate information to build this system. Like right now, I'm trying to determine right now I'm trying to figure out how to deploy like a balanced level of creatures for like the party, because it's very difficult between Deep Rock Galactic and Pathfinder, the CR, average party level, etc. It's difficult to determine like, is this too much? Is this too little? Is this gonna is having this one extra enemy just gonna wipe out the party? Because that's the balance you gotta maintain with a tabletop fighting encounters. You gotta maintain like it's a challenge and it doesn't kill the party. It's like, it's gotta be hard, but not hard enough that they just all die. But then there are other times, other times you want to give them a little bit. No. You don't want to make encounters that intentionally kill a party. Yeah, that's just bad DMing. It's all about the fantasy. The fantasy, the power fantasy, intelligence fantasy, figuring out something that can either help you avoid an encounter entirely or help you wipe out an encounter really easily. The players love trying to do that shit. So you gotta try and find a balance. And while it is fun, and it is fun every now and then to intentionally give them a very easy encounter that they can like just super blow through to make them feel powerful. But you gotta try and aim for that excitement, that like, can I do this? Could I do this? Would it affect the battle in a great way? I cast a fireball into the rock opening where the horde of spiders is coming out and it fucking steals them in and shit like that. Or other crazy feats I've seen people do over the years. And it's you know, it's a challenge to try and balance that out. I could get help from certain people, but I want to try and make this more on my own, just using the AI to help direct the information. That's why I'm looking at this point buy suggestion and trying to understand it. Use an XP value of standard glyphid grunt as your base 1 point. Mathematically calculate a budget for any hazard level. Average encounter of 4 players CR equal to their average party level. For hazard 1, level 1, use epic budget for the big wave moments to match high intensity feel. That's a lot. 8 points. Well, if I was making like you know, a roguelike kind of D&D thing, then maybe something like that could happen. But this is all about randomly warping into isolated caves, fighting off the local creatures, and getting out with as many resources as many valuable rich ore and gold resources and stuff that you can find. That's also what the mule is probably going to be a big part of helping the party survive, even though in Deep Rock Galactic fashion, the company is the type of company that's like some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice we're willing to make for profit. I'm still trying to decide if I should make it to where the perk system that's normally in Deep Rock Galactic, if that should apply, if I should like utilize that in a way to where the players can use their perks on upgrading their mule to help them more in combat. Maybe. Unsure right now. Right now, I just need to get the base enemies and stuff figured out. That's one wave. Party level 4. Party level 4 has 4. Hard wave gives you 8 points to spend. Could spawn the swarm. 8 grunts. Heavy squad, a praetorian, 2 slashers, 3 grunts. Spore vector spawn, guard. 3 grunts, round off 4 grunts, just have tied hazard levels, so party levels, so points naturally scale because the XP budget. APL3 encounter grows exponentially as the players level up. Big budget, 32 points. At this point, start using troop rules so you don't have to manage 32 separate minis. Oh god. Yeah, probably utilize troop rules. Minion rules and troop rules would definitely help to keep things under control. And so I don't have to put 32 individual spiders on the turn order. Quick reference cheat sheet for point budgets. Hazards 2 through 5. Oh god, what? Python, what? Oh. don't know what this is. First need to create baseline stats for Torian Sir. And what else? Praetorian Oppressor, Warden, and Bulk Detonator. Abilities and well, that's what the well, see, the thing with that is the action economy, because even if enemies have like only a third of the stats, it still takes a certain amount of actions to get rid of those enemies. And it's hard to make a swarm type enemy group that greatly outnumbers your party, but they're still able to deal with them with those limited number of actions. Since, you know, every enemy gets its own set of actions, you got, even if you spawned only 3 grunts for every player across 4 players, that's 12 grunts. So the enemies get 12 sets of actions and your party only gets 4 sets of actions. And it's just extremely unbalanced and difficult unless your party is extremely well equipped. Which won't be for later, which won't be till, you know, much higher levels and quality gear and base attack bonuses that let them do more attacks in one turn and such. Specialized combat rules and stuff like that. Let's see. What are you guessing here for Praetorian? Heavy armored front line.
Relaxation doesn't always look like spa days or fluff.
Bulk the block pass and punishes group with its acid spray. Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of the Praetorian. It's big, it's armored, it blocks pathways and blocks small passageways and spits acid. Acid spray, yep. Do a little acid spray cone. Acidic guts, yeah, when it dies, it creates a cloud of acid for a certain amount of time. Weak point, its rear is weak, it's got no armor. Someone that flanks it can benefit from ignoring its natural armor bonus. How much natural it has? 10? So yeah, its AC will be 10 if you can get behind it, but in front of it, its AC is 20. That's what the minion rules are for. So that way, the minion rules basically say all these creatures that, you know, have the minion type on them have 1 HP. And that lets you spawn, you know, 20 spiders. 20 basic grunt spiders, but they all have 1 HP, so you only gotta hit them once. So even like a simple area spell, like a fireball, will kill most of them in one go, or even like a fire cone, or like a breath weapon or something would kill them all in one go, or even like a blunderbuss in a cone with pellet shots would kill a bunch of them in one go. But like it's finicky. It's very finicky. It's like I have to try and determine when do those minion rules come into play. Because I do want them to be able to feel like, oh yeah, we're taking out these hordes and hordes of spiders and stuff with ease. But I do want there to be some sense of danger early on when they're lower leveled, so when they're lower level, enemies still have a decent amount, each individual enemy still has a decent amount of health, and that isn't a one-shot. Program? I'm not really a programmer. I'm more of an ideas person. So like I can play games and I can more or less figure out ways to improve that game. So like ways to improve quality of life and make things more accessible and stuff like that. But as for like just straight up programming a game, doing all the actual number and coding and stuff, I'm not good at that. Probably why I was not able to pass pre-algebra in college. I'm just not good with math. Beyond the basics. So all of these fit for this. 20. The HP. Let's see, the HP 52. 7. So the base HP of the Praetorian in the DRG is 750. Compare that to the Grunt. The Grunt has 90. So if you go 90, 180, 270, 360, 360, 720. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's like 7 times the health of a normal Grunt. But I couldn't use the regular... I couldn't... I mean, you can do that. Anyone can, really. It's a, you know, anyone's allowed to homebrew whatever the fuck they want. That sounds a lot like, Baldur's Gate 3. Kinda. A lot of the battles have just set enemies numbers on them. That would be 7 times the HP. 7 times 16. That's way more than 52. That wouldn't quite work. What if I... Massive slow, unbreakable wall, immune to most frontal attacks. AC 26. Touch 8 flat-footed. 26. 8 plus 18 natural. Or 15 HP. Heavy plating. The oppressor has damage reduction 10 everything against attacks from the front or sides. Seismic slams. Slams the ground. Every creature within 15 feet must succeed at a DC 22 fortitude to be knocked prone and pushed 10 feet back. Rage. If it takes damage to its weak point, the rear gains the benefits of haste for 1 round. Guess so. Warden. Support unit doesn't fight directly. It makes the swarm immortal. Another ad starts in 30 seconds. Reaction, the Warden connects to all glyphids within 60 feet. Linked allies gain +4 natural armor and fast healing 5. Ooh. Projective pulse, linked allies gain a +4 morale bonus on saving throws against mind affecting effects. The Warden is attacked, can use Dimension Door self only once per day to relocate within the cave. Escape artist. Yes, yeah, text actually does the Glyphid Warden have that ability? I've never noticed. No, I don't have a Discord. I mean, I do have a Discord, but it's like just a Discord for me to fuck around in. How I got this Discord React image going is because I specifically have a chat in there for when I stream. Yeah, I don't got the following or the resources or time really to set up my own Discord. I don't health every 1.5 seconds. Damage responsible and the less effective. Still be protected by a less effect that will continue to persist for 6 after it dies. No disco? Oh no, no disco. Yeah, I have a Discord, but I only use it for, like, myself. Like, right now, I'm using the Discord React image thing to have my character on screen. I don't really have a, major following to use a Discord with, and I wouldn't have the manpower to moderate such a thing. And I would most assuredly be getting a lot of haters posting a lot of crazy shit to try and get my Discord banned if I had a Discord.
Care is making things convenient so
Shut
you
up.
can shop and get alerts when your prescriptions.
Yeah, there's a certain cult of people that really don't like me, and they would definitely try to swarm my Discord and get it shut down with the random shit they post and stuff. Oh yeah. Have a simple opinions, like, we should feed the hungry, things like that. Other things like, people that are gay or trans should have the same rights as everybody else. Stuff like that. just some of those things. Let's see. I think these are good baselines. I don't see anything about the Warden having an escape ability, though. 3.5 health every 1.5 seconds, but a round lasts 6 seconds. I change that around. I guess fast healing 5 does work, but I might debuff the healing ability, I think. That's like just a generalization of things I believe, but there's a lot of other stuff, but it's mainly like, the very hateful far-right people that don't like me and will actively try to sabotage me. But that's just how it is. That's just how it be. I don't really waste much time worrying about them. Let's see here. Alright, so probably after a try, draw, or grabber. I'm not gonna mess with the flying or grapple units right now. I'm gonna copy this and put this over here. And I'll copy these. And then adjust the stats for them. Over here. Rest of the creatures. No, I do. I do support trans people and their right to choose. You want to be a girl, you want to be a boy, whatever. Just, if you're old enough to make that decision logically, by all means. It gets a little more tricky when it gets to the younger folk, because it's trying to keep a balance between them having their own rights to younger people having their own rights to themselves and their choices with their body, and having the logic to make those kinds of decisions, but also trying to make it so that they don't feel so hopelessly unsupported and alone and hated for thinking that way, that they harm themselves, kill themselves, etc., and stuff like that. That's where the main conflict lies. It's between those 3 points. And for a lot of people, they do not have enough care in their heart and simply go, no, well, fuck whatever the children think. You're just gonna have to fucking live with it. Just gonna have to live with it until you're old enough. And that's not a solution. Kids are actively harming themselves over this. So there has to be some kind of midway understanding and logic about it. There is not enough care in the world. Simply because you haven't experienced it yourself, and you're old enough yourself to have a know-how and have your own experiences. And even if you're in a similar if you've been in a similar position, you're still not that person specifically with their specific life and their specific interactions and things. Yeah, no, I believe everyone should have equal rights. There's a lot of people that think, no, because of so-and-so and so-and-so, I should have a little more equal rights than everybody else. Which is fucking stupid. The main reason a lot of, you know, hate to use specific colors, but a main reason a lot of white people believe that people of color are getting more preferential treatment than they are is because white supremacy has been so prevalent and benefited so substantially in the past fucking 60, 90 for a fucking long time, white supremacy long time, because they've benefited from that for so long. They feel now that since all the other races are, you know, having all of their rights more equalized compared to them, they feel that they have less. And it's just a weird mentality thing. It's like, I've been sitting on top of this 100-foot peak for eons, and now that all the other peaks are reaching up to my level, I automatically have negative, even though I haven't moved from this same spot. Everyone's just moved up to where I am. So by some weird logic, I have less. And it's just dumb. It's just stupid. It's stupid and childish. Alright, so I copied these. And I'll edit though. Let me save this first and then save. I think this one over here. Actually, let me ask it to. Yeah, that's one reason. The other reason, the primary reason is just I don't got the time to manage a Discord. On top of everything else. So, like, give you an idea of, like, what I do in a week. So, Monday, I don't really have, and the only thing I have, so, like, most days, the only thing I have really going is VR chat events. So, Monday, alternating between, EU time and North American time, I videograph for a specific club, a specific dance club in VR chat. And then Tuesday and Thursday, I work at the family tax office, helping with like sorting files, checking returns, cleaning, building furniture that needs to be built. You know, just running files between my mom and my brother, the ones that do the taxes, stuff like that. And Wednesday, I have another VR chat event that I videograph for in the evening. And then Friday, I have another VR chat club that I videograph and sometimes dance for. And then on Saturdays are a bit of a mixed bag. There are 4 different clubs that have events happening on Saturday. One club does it bi-weekly, so like every 2 weeks they have an event. The two other clubs are Russian-based clubs, so I barely understand anything anyone says there, but I video record for those clubs too, and during their EU times, which is like in the afternoon. And then once a month, I record for a, what's it called? Stage performance club. So, stage performance club compared to a dance club, they do big, extravagant dancing performances with special effects and themes and such, with avatars made specifically for said theme and everything. And music fitting the theme. And I do that once a month. So today, Saturday, for that club, the stage performance club, we're doing an April Fool's meme themed event. So it's gonna be a whole lot of nonsense. It's gonna be a whole lot of random nonsense going on with those performances. And that's later tonight. I'm gonna need to take a nap before then. At some point, because I only slept like 2 hours yesterday. And then Sunday, otherwise, if I don't go to the Russian clubs very often, maybe once every couple months I'll go and record for them. But so usually Saturday and Sundays. Usually Saturdays and Sundays I'm not doing anything. On a rare occasion, Sundays is the primary day that I do Pathfinder with my Pathfinder group. And some Wednesdays, or like in the afternoon, we'll do a little Pathfinder thing, arena, we call it. Where we do some random fights and stuff, either against each other, or against like some PvE mobs. And that's generally my week. Every day I'm doing something, unless I take like a week off from all the VR chat stuff, just to exist and chill. I don't know, I can always get mods, but it's a lot of extra work and a lot more to keep up with. I got enough going on right now. Like maybe if I reach like 1,000 followers or something, then maybe I'll think about doing a Discord, possibly. But we'll see. Yeah, there's a lot of people that talk shit about me. Quite a few. I even had one. There was even a time where someone was trying to figure out where I live. It's crazy. People are crazy. Let's see. What did it make for these guys? Baseline stats for smaller groups designed to feel like crash mobs are dangerous in groups and individually manageable. Glyphid Swarmer, HP 4. Okay, that probably works. I think that works. Melee balance for the ankle biter. Swarmers can enter a player's square without provoking attack of opportunity. If they hit a target, they gain +2 bonus to AC against that target until the start of their next turn. I think that makes some sense. I might still change them to be like... Actually, wait, is this using... Oh yeah, these are not including like all the other stats they need for like fortitude saves and things like that I need. No. Like across the entirety of America, it's close. Close, but not close enough. I wouldn't know, I don't watch that show. I know of it. I know the premise. Something, drug money, cancer treatment, shit goes wrong, etc. Would be nice if it included this in the stats up here, so it's all included together. Guard. Yeah, thing with AI, I can't get it to it's like you can't really get it to build specifically, super specifically what you're looking for. It keeps mixing around different certain stats and stuff, and that's why I gotta like put the finishing touches on all of it together myself. Like I already established beforehand that some of the smaller species can't fucking see, so they don't have dark vision. Because they don't have eyes. They don't got eyes. They can't see. They see through tremor sense and hearing and smell. So things like flashbangs and stuff would not work on a lot of these creatures. It would work. They would work on the more advanced creatures that do have eyes. All this together. Specialist. That's fair. We appreciate a good lurk in here. Real sleepy. I feel that. I wish I could have slept earlier. I tried for like an
our
hour.
new Huntrix meal is now at McDonald's.
With Namyan McShaker.
I tried, but it just wasn't happening. I don't know. I'll definitely be tired in another couple hours, I think, and then I can take a nap before the event I gotta do later. Let's see, let's go with this, but where's the other stats? Where is the core stats? Include. Strength, Dex, Con, Int, Charisma, Fort, Reflex, Will, HP, AC, Touch AC, Flat-footed, Bite, Damage dice plus the Strength. -3 -2. Why is there -2? Wouldn't know 1d3 -2. Wouldn't that go negative? I said a minus. It's strange. It's strange. I'll change that. Ankle biter. Enter player squares without attack of opportunity. If it hits, gains +2 AC against that target for 1 round. Stagger. Defense. Oh wait, how to catch stream with no Discord? Turn on the bell, really. Turn on the little bell by the, somewhere down there, under the video player. It's really the only way. Either that or follow the, Twitch notifications or buttons. Yeah, sometimes. You could also follow the Twitter, but be warning, you'll see a lot of like the political stuff I post and share there too. I'm one of those types. I'm not afraid to talk politically on my Twitter. It's not also whatever random other stuff I share there, but I do post on Twitter every time I go live. Otherwise, just know that I mainly stream in the afternoon, in the early morning or afternoons. On a typical day, there's a chance. That's alright. Yeah, I should make a little lurk redeem for the little reward points. There's still a lot of different little reward point things I need to make. Need to make a list. Make a list of different ones that I like from other channels. Though some of them I don't know how to implement because they use like fancy tech or whatever. Tech and coding. I don't know. Figure it out one day. Heavy hitter. Daily. Fight +8. 1d8 plus 5. We got the ability scores, we got the saves, we got the HP AC, touch AC, the natural, the speed, the melee, the special abilities. That's pretty much everything. I just need to refine the stats and abilities myself. The mission ender. Glyphid bulk detonator. That's a tough one. 2d6 fire to adjacent units. Does it do that? I don't think it does that. Death burst, 40-foot radius, 15d6 fire bludgeoning. Reflex DC 27.5. 40-foot radius is a bit much. Might lower that to like 20 foot, probably. And cut that in half. That's a bit far. It's a bit far. Copy. I'll split these up here so I don't get the two mixed up. Paste. So These are the more nicer looking stats. I can take some of the things that look nice on the other ones and try to balance them out. Balance out the HP and armor values and stuff. The abilities. Ranged. Swarm. Stat references. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh, okay. Let me look at these here for a bit, and let me figure out what to do here. So we got Torian, weak point. Let's just, yeah, make sure all the abilities, like the core abilities of each specific glyphid, are intact and match with their Deep Rock Galactic counterpart, and adjust a few of them. Warden does not need that ability, I don't think. Okay then. No, they don't have that. Unless they're early gain. More natural armor. Fast healing. 5. I should limit how many enemies can be linked to the Warden. I'll probably limit it to, I think, 5 is a good amount. There aren't gonna be that many enemies in early battles. Oh man, figuring out a balance is rough. Very rough. Very rough indeed. Acid spray, 30 feet cone. No, acid spray doesn't go that far. Acid spray goes 5, 10, 15 feet at best.
Working across teams is tough, but Asana?
Yeah, 30-foot cone of acid spray in front of it is a bit much. A bit much. 15-foot cone is better. Trying to match it to the game more. Flanking attackers ignore natural armor. oppressor. Seismic slam. How many allies within 60 feet? Let's say we start with 3 on hazard 1. Say that. Three plus 1 each. Every hazard level. Allies within 60 feet. Feet. It's a bit. I feel like that's a little far. Let's say 30 feet. 3 plus 1 every hazard level. Allies within 30 feet gain plus 4 natural armor and fast healing 5. Definitely do not want to fight a warden and an oppressor in the same fight. Because that oppressor will be sitting on a 30 AC with with fast healing 5. But if you can get behind it, it'll only have a 16. It'll only have a 16 AC. Which is way more manageable. So that'll help. Acidic Guts. Death releases 2d6 acid cloud for 3 rounds. Flanking attackers attacking exposed rear. Ignore natural armor. Or simplify this, rear has AC 10. It's a Praetorian. Acidic Guts, weak point. Then... Sir is the Seismic Slam. Foot radius. Prone pushed. Prone, I guess No, it would be launched, pushed, and then prone 10 feet. Or to DC 22, or launch pushed prone 10 feet. If launched, DC, what DC for this? Give them another way out from getting proned. DC 10 is too easy. DC 20 is a little too hard. I think it's not too many people can easily pull off a DC 20 acrobatics. So DC 15 acrobatics. Fortitude DC 22, or you get launched, pushed, and prone 10 feet. And if you are launched, you can do a DC 15 acrobatics. To land safely. Special traits: heavy plating, damage reduction 10 from the front and sides. So you gotta be dealing at least 11 damage when attacking from the front to even hurt the thing. But you gotta hit an AC 26 to even attempt to do that damage from the front. And it's got 115 health. Praetorian. Move action. The guard can tuck its head behind its front legs. It gains a +4 cover bonus to AC but cannot attack. It can maintain this as a free action each turn. Copy. Defensive curl EX. Guard. As a move action, guard can tuck its head behind its front legs, gains a +4 cover bonus to AC. from the front, but cannot attack. You can maintain this as a free action each turn. TR2 versus non-magical ranged. What does it say over here against non-magical ranged? Versus non-magical ranged attacks. Okay. Melee bite, will, strength, da 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 da. Start at the top, back at the top here. Vermin, type vermin, immune to mind affecting effects. Only certain ones are immune to mind affecting effects, though. Everything except the basic grunt, slasher, and guard are immune. Okay, let's do this here. Let's put vermin, immune to mind, affecting effects. Actually, this one is not, this one is not, this one is not. Special treats. Another sheet. Is that true? Let me see. Clifford bolt detonator. Let's see here. Boasts extremely high offensive and defensive capability, and its presence in a firefight absolutely cannot be ignored. Whenever it moves, a halo of orange falls around it to indicate the radius of its hellfire attack. This move consists of the bulk detonator stomping the ground with its forelegs, creating a fiery explosion, which can deal substantial damage and easily bring a dwarf down half his health. Higher hazard, the attack can instantly kill a dwarf with a blow. Area effect means it can potentially down an entire team in one strike. Also use its Hellfire attack to dig through walls and terrain if it does not have a clear line of sight to any dwarf, or if it cannot fit through a tight enough choke point. Resist an immense amount of gunfire when its weak points aren't being targeted. Also completely immune to stuns and fear factor, and it can resist half of all explosive damage, rendering most grenades and satchels ineffective. When it's eventually drained, it will freeze in place for a moment before causing a gigantic explosion. Crater spans over 10 meters in diameter.
Texans enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low. I think I can get rid of the hellish heat, because that's more just part of its slam attack, not constantly so hot that you just take damage just by standing by it. Take that off. Final cluster, 6 secondary death bursts for your 15d6 fire bludgeoning. Reflex DC 27.5, which is quite a lot, to be fair. Final cluster, 6 secondary bombs. No, it should be 3. Sends out 3 secondary bombs. Six fire. 1d4 rounds after death. Death burst. 40 foot is way too large. How far does it explode in? Crater spans over 10 meters. I don't know meters. 10 meters to feet. 32 feet? You just put it 30 feet. So... but at the 30 feet, that's still a pretty big radius for a death explosion. To determine directions and what to determine how many feet. D4, D6, 10, 15, 20, 25. 6 tiles. Damn. 30-foot radius might still be too much. Might still be too much. Well, it is a big bossy enemy, so we'll just have to see how well that works out. But if it's gonna do that, then we'll do a D8. Two D8. Spaces traveled. D12 to determine direction for each secondary bomb. 2D8 to determine how far each bomb travels. Save. What else we got? There's so much fucking text, Jesus. Okay. .46 acid, reflex DC 17 for half, for 1d4 rounds. Cones. D3 rounds, 2d6 acid damage a round, yuck. What else? The oppressor. Damage from the front, slides ground. Takes damage to its weak point. The rear gains benefits of haste for 1 round. Why is it saying that? Oppressor. What are you doing here? Digging through terrain in a manner akin to a Glyph. Moreover, their oppressive durability and powerful set of attacks make them one of the bigger threats among the Glyphid species. It's got a lot of resistances. Fire, frost, electricity, explosive, corrosive, and pierce. Wow. Its weakness is melee. Somehow. Section of unbreakable armor covering the entire front of its body. Therefore only be damaged with conventional weapons by attacking the small greenish weak points on the back of its body. For the same areas of Praetorian, it can also be damaged indirect damage using weapons such as the CRSPR flamethrower or the cryo cannon, as well as melee attacks or pierce weapons. At the moment, only the Nishanka Bolt Shark has such a damage type. Although the latter damage type deals only 50% to the oppressor, so the pierce weapons do work on its front armor. It's just it only takes half. So we should put that in there. Oppressor. DR tenants attacks from the front or sides. Heavy plating. I might want to rewrite this one. How much are its resistances here? 66 fire, 50 frost, 66 explosives, 66 corrosives. It's like two-thirds of damage from all those types. How do you cut? What's a Pathfinder way to cut the damage like that? Takes 50% more melee damage, though. So, wait a minute. Only... Boom, boom, boom. Heavy plating. But the plating can be pierced by pierce damage, but only deals half the damage the pierce would deal, but it takes 50% more damage from melee. So if you use a piercing melee weapon, it would technically
take full damage. Right? It might make it too easy to just bash the front of it. Make it not worth even trying to go behind it. I think that might be fun though. They can figure that out. They can figure out that piercing and melee attacks are the way to go. I get it. So after whatever you put after the slash is the damage type that is not affected by that it can't reduce. So I put pierce. Except pierce still does have some restriction, but it's offset by melee. But if they do a ranged, fire, frost, electricity, explosive, corrosive. Oh, that's right. The oppressor also... Oppressor also has a death cloud, doesn't it?
Managing multiple credit cards can feel like you have 50
Quake. Hmm. Hmm. Thinking. I want to keep the creatures very true to their DRG stats, so... making it the DR10. Except for piercing. DR10 pierce. I feel like someone will somehow find a loophole in this by some means. Thus, go-to method is using a piercing melee weapon. Piercing weapons only do half the damage, but melee weapons, its weakness, deal 50% more. Put the two 50% together, you're dealing full damage with a piercing weapon. But a piercing melee weapon. But pierce range will still suffer from just the minus 50% pierce damage. It will not gain the melee benefit. Unless someone flanks it from behind and just attacks its exposed rear. Heavy plating. Fire. Fire, ice. Fire, ice, explosive. What is explosive damage? Fire damage in a radius. Okay, explosive damage is typically fire. It's already got fire resistance. Well, the fire and the explosive resistances are the same, so we'll just keep it at fire. And then corrosive would be acid. So then we'll say acid. Half. So half damage. Electricity.
is. For the bulk detonators, bombs. Wait, I thought I changed these. Where is the... Oh, I did. Here. Six fire, 10-foot radius. Sound. Okay. Copy file, save, save. Mindless. Mindless. Mindless and mindless. Base maneuvers gains challenge bonus AC against attacks of opportunity.
this one. AC 14. Big spot. Reducing its natural armor by 5 down to 4. If it loses all of that, minus 9. What's that? 14? No, that's 12. Alright. 12. Yeah. Yippers, that's AC 12.
Down in the deep where the dragon used to sleep, glorious gold glimmers in our home of old. Dark as the night, where the day has lost its light, when the hammer falls. When the hammer falls and it sounds through the halls, when the hammer falls, freeing treasures from the walls, when the hammer strikes and the kingdom comes to life, when the hammer pounds like the thunder underground, when the hammer falls, when the hammer falls. Of legend and myth is the craft of the smith, the molten metal poured and pounded into sword. From the fire is made every dwarven axe and blade. When the hammer
Think of these stats.
falls, when the
Let me go back to the beginning and just double check every creature.
songs of battle fill the halls.
Senses. I think it's the same
Lines
senses.
of armored dwarves arise with the hammer's roar. We go marching off to war. When the hammer falls, when the hammer falls.
Certain ones have tremor sense.
One dwarf yet in Moria still draws breath. I thought I'd die fighting side by side with an elf.
What about side by side with
Which
friends?
ones have eyes?
The orcs came to our land, and we fought them hand to hand. Sweat and blood turned the ground to mud.
Perfect on size
War and
the
Orcish strife sought to vanquish
menace and a
every
stink
fight.
tail.
When the hammer falls,
Okay, so none of these things. Only the Mactera have eyes.
hammer falls, back our enemy crawls. When the hammer quakes, orcish cowards' bones will break. When the hammer cracks, and it beats their armies back. When the hammer's boom sends the monsters to their doom. When the
Literally, only the Macteras have vision.
hammer falls, and our victory calls. When the hammer falls, songs of glory fill the halls. When the hammer flies, mighty heroes now arise. With the hammer's sound, step the dwarves down and
Everything else has.
falls. When the hammer falls.
Some of these. Where's the buy for these guys? Wait, it's in their names, isn't it? Yeah, it's in their names. There's no quick little list here.
Long live the king! Long live the
Copy. Tremor sense 60 feet. Smell, hearing. That is how the majority of these things see. It's by their they feel it, they smell it, and they hear it. boss encounter. For the loot bugs, we'll keep them as non-aggressive but passive mobs that serve as resource caches. So the Dreadnought is CR10. Detonator has more HP. Dreadnought should be actual boss. Let's see what we got here. Biotic Claws, Dreadnought Fireball, range, touch, plus 10. 66 fire, 60 foot range. Oh god. Swarm Stomp, that's standard action. Does 46 bludgeoning damage to all adjacent creatures and knocks them prone. Reflex DC 23 to half/negate. This thing is like a lot on par with the bulk detonator. Vulnerable Carapace gains DR 10 so that this DR is ignored and attacking the abdomen weak point from behind. Range Specialist. Web Spitter and Acid Spitter. Special Ceiling Hammer. Gains plus 8 to stealth when stationary on the ceiling. Range Web Spit. Plus 4 range touch. Angle. Escape Artist Break. Half a CR.
Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert, doing it.
Acid Blob, plus 6 range touch, 3d6 acid, 40 foot range. The Stingtail. Melee tail pull. If the tail hits, the target is pulled up to 30 feet towards the Stingtail and is stunned for 1 round. Or DC 16 negates stun. Goldbug. CR0, 0 points. Speed 5 feet. Special mineral drop. If killed, loot bug drops 2d6 gold pieces worth of raw ore. Golden loot bug drops 10d10 gold pieces. Cute. Ability cute. Killing one requires a DC 12 will save, or the attacker feels shaken for 1 minute out of guilt. Dwarves get a +4 bonus on the save. Alright, guess it keeps asking me. Cave Witch.
back up here. Put these here. So much words. So many words. Words. Copy. Everything? Is this every one of these guys? Time tail pull. Copy.
Mindless. Top here. Just checking again. The swarmers, the little ones. Ankle biter can enter player squares without being attacked of opportunity. If they hit, it gains 2 AC against that target for 1 round. And then... The grunts got swarm tactics. They get +4 flanking bonus instead of the +2. That's that. 16 HP. With slasher. I think I should have 2 more 24. And the Glyphic Guard. Glyphic Guard is double the... That's way too... That's too much. 50% more double. A little over double the HP. Even it out there. And then the slasher has the stagger. Or to DC 13 or be staggered for 1 round. And the pounce can full attack on a charge. Full attack on a charge. How many attacks does it get? Does it only get the 2 claws? I guess if it has to move and then attack, it only does 1 claw, I think, right? If it does a charge, it can do a full 2 claw attack. See, up here up here these ones are more defined. Slasher makes a charge, it can make a full attack, both claws. Does it still have a 40? Yeah, it still has a 40. See, why did it dumb down the description? Down here. Don't understand it. these other things up here. Yard. Yeah. Before. Save. I don't think there's anything else. Nope. Look by points are included here. I can adjust as needed later on. Slasher, grunts, swarmer. 10-foot radius. D6 fire, 15d6 bludgeoning. That doesn't seem right. It seems a little much. 15d6 fire slash bludgeoning. Does that mean you're rolling 30 dice? Seems a lot. Kill. That would kill most. Definitely seems like a lot. A lot for damage. You get caught in that. Oh man. It's at least 30 damage at the minimum. The minimum is 30 damage. The maximum. The maximum damage. 30, 60, 90. The maximum damage is 180. That's way too much. That's way too much. Like, holy crap. 30, 60, 90. Holy cow. Even just 15d6 split in half between fire and bludgeoning is crazy. I think I'll do that. I will switch that to just 15. Just 15 dice of damage. That's a lot. It's a hell of a lot. Okay, word connects all of them. Okay, like that was getting around 5, plus. Protective plus. Let's get max. Weak point, acidic guts, Praetorian, killer's a cloud of acid. 24 rounds. 1d3, 2d6. Save. Let's put the disruptor up here. Right after these guys. Save, and I think that's... I'm still not sure about these ones. Senses. What's the cage leech got? Arc vision, tremor sense. Detects movement directly below it. 30 HP is pretty crazy. Especially if it grabs somebody. It reaches a reach of 40 feet with its tongue. When it hits a medium or smaller creature and it chases a grapple, if successful, the target is pulled 20 feet upward immediately. Perfectly still. Players make a save perception check at DC 20 to notice it before it attacks. The leech is attacking from total darkness. The DC increases to 25. Once a creature is pulled to the leech's square of the ceiling, deals 2d6 plus 6 bludgeoning damage automatically each round. The grapple is maintained.
While the tongue is extended, any damage dealt to the tongue is dealt to the leech itself. If the leech takes more than 10 damage a single hit to its tongue, it must release the victim. Put that down here by the end.
Think this is looking good here. I can delete all of these older ones here. I'll get the static spawner things eventually. this. Keep the note here of this point buy system. Let's see, did it keep the note adjusted to 1.5, 1.5? Points. There. Swarmer. One 3 points. 1.1 point. Disruptor. 2 points. Stingtail. 2 points. What else do we got? We got the web spitter and the acid spitter. Spitter 0.5. Acid spitter 1.5. Wonder why acid spitter. Why is the acid spitter so lower? Or not the acid spitter, the web spitter. I was wondering, like, wait a minute, that doesn't seem right. That don't seem right. The web spitter doesn't. I don't think the web spitter really attacks. Yeah, it doesn't really do damage. It's just meant to be a menace. Not an actual glyphid menace, but, you know. It is meant to stay far and shoot web. Stingtail's 2 points, and it's 2 point Praetorian, 2 point Warden 3, Oppressor 4. Okay, so let's see, it redefined points here. Praetorian 2, Warden 3, Oppressor 4. Points. And then you have the big boys, the bulk and the dreadnought. The bulk is 10 points, CR 12. The dreadnought is 15 points, CR 10. That's a little confusing. The dreadnought is a lower CR rating, but it costs more points for an encounter. The bulk detonator CR 12, but it costs less points and has more HP. Sure, I need to figure out how it's balancing it. I think it might be balancing it because one is has the invincible carapace, but it has lower HP. It's got the massive damage reduction, DR 10 everything, but the DR is ignored if you're attacking the abdomen. Behind it.
kind of a glass... I guess you could say it's kind of a glass cannon. Detonator is the bulky one. What if I asked for... Make the baseline bulk detonator and add high-value golden modifier. Significantly tankier and turns the terrain to gold upon death. Crassus bulk detonator, a rare, shimmering behemoth encrusted in gold and mineral deposits. It is slower and tougher than the standard cousin, but its death is a payday. Unique traits and abilities. Minus death burst when there's 0 explodes. Instead of leaving scorched crater, it coats every surface with 1 inch layer of pure gold. Payout. The party spends 1 hour 1 hour scraping the gold from the walls. They recover 10,000 GP worth of gold ore. A creature that fails the entombing gold. Any creature that fails reflex save by 5 or more is entangled and pinned to the nearest surface by cooling gold. Ah! That's crazy. Gilded slows. Because of the immense weight of the gold on its body, it's a land speed of only 10 feet and a climb speed of 10 feet. It also takes minus 2 penalty on reflex saves. Molten spray. Standard action, it can spray molten gold in a 20-foot cone, steals 6d6 fire damage, and leaves the ground as difficult terrain for 1 minute as the gold hardens into jagged clumps. Extremely loud and bright. Takes a minus 20 penalty to stealth, but any creature looking directly at it within 60 feet must succeed at fortitude save or be dazzled by the reflected light. Ooh. That is CR increase from 12 to 13, increased armor. Oh god, the whole plague infected variant. Oh! A whole nother beast. Create a stat block. HP, 18 AC. Crazy. Let's see, back over here. Where is the... Let's save real quick. Where's the detonator? Lifted Crassus bulk detonator. Okay.
Still gonna reduce the... Still gonna reduce the explosion radius down, because even just 15d6 maximum damage is frickin' 30, 60, 90 HP, which is crazy. Creature that fails the death burst reflex save by 5 or more is entangled and pinned. It's a bit stronger, so making it a little bit more dangerous makes sense. Let's make it 20d6. So that's 40, 80, 120 maximum possible fire bludgeoning. That's a lot. You get caught in it, you're fucked. You're just a little fucked. Just a little bit. What would the average roll be? Probably... I imagine the average roll would be around half. A little under half, a little over half. So it's around 60? 60? 60? That's still a lot. I'll probably keep it at 15, because that is insane. Spray. Area becomes difficult terrain for one 20-foot cone. Area of 5d6, 66 fire damage. Area becomes difficult terrain for 1 minute as the gold hardens. "20-foot area. That's crazy. Choose 0 and minus that burst. All the glitters. Craft naturally bright. A creature looking at it from within 60 feet must succeed at a DC 20 fortitude save or be dazzled 1d4 rounds.
Mike Capel here, Patriot Software's founder. Before starting my first business, I had hobbies like snow skiing, water skiing. Then I started the... See, this one doesn't really have armor, it's just tanky through health.
This one does have armor because of the gold that's on it, so it's got a lot more. 270, 230, 270. Where is your... Keep this consistent. Senses. Still gets 2 melee slams. Got more AC, for sure. And it's got natural damage reduction as well. I'll save. Let's see, okay, detonator's 10, Rastus is 15, Dreadnought 15. Rastus detonator, 15 points. Dreadnought, 15 points. Reference list organizes all generated units by the point buy cost, which scales with your mission's XP budget. Use this to quickly build waves for any hazard level. 4-man party, spend points to reach the wave budget. Normal wave, large wave. All units except Warden, Bulk, Dread. Units sleep, hold, person, or fear. Really? Party finds a ledge. The bugs just walk up the walls to reach them. Go. That'll be a good reference to build off of. Ooh! Everything's not angled right. Gotta do this, otherwise it gets a little difficult to read. Numbers all in different places here. this will be much faster. Good enough. Good enough. There's the... Oh, there we go. Cost XP. Primary role. Save. Everything match. Grunt 1, Slasher, Guard, Acid Spitter, Mactera. Some of the Macteras are 2, 3, 3, 4. Total XP equals total points spent times 400. Okay. Large. Hold up. Has 1 normal or large 8. Has 2 normal 12 large 24. Has 3 normal 20 large 40. Has 4 normal 48 large 96. Has 5 normal 100 plus points. Large 200 plus points. Absolute chaos. Multiple bulks. Wardens and endless waves of 1 HP minion grunts. Yeah. Doing a hazard 5 level with a party of level 4, level 20 dwarves in fucking cave would indeed be some fucked chaos to manage, mainly. Holy crap, there's no way I'm making 200 individual spider tokens to control. Oh lord. Okay. My eyes are getting a little strained here. Just not a good sign. But on the plus side, have finally seemed to have gotten a lot of the I've gotten all the basic the basic glyphid stats all down. So now I can actually work on figuring out loadouts, or like enemy deployments. Ugh, my eyes. Ugh. My body's tired. My brain is still very active, but I can tell. I guess my surface level brain activity is very active, but I can tell deeper in my brain it's like sleep. Let's just double check over this real quick. XP. Yep. And then it's nice that it has little rolls here on the end. Tank, acid cone, tank, high AC damage reduction, crowd control, stagger, frontline soldier, debruffer, fodder, swarm, disruptor, grapple, ambush trap, healing, heavy tank, acid cone, disruptor, pulse, stun, armored flyer, support buffs, healing, heavy wall, unstoppable, mission boss, bolt detonator, area denial / boss, rare boss, gold payout. Okay. Budget for a party of 4. At higher levels, large waves represent the swarm coming from all directions over 3 to 5 rounds. Okay. Alright. The examples are good. Having the examples there as a basis to go off of is good, because then I can switch out grunts and stuff for whatever other creatures equal same amount of points. But yeah, the later has 4 or 5, possibly has 3. I'm gonna need to use the what do they call it? The troop types, troops and minions. Tiger hazards. Resort to troop. Let the medium creatures act single large or huge entity. Holograms spawn. 2 glyphid grunt columns. High HP move together, do automatic damage adjacent, getting a wall of bugs. And then, so yeah, I use the troop mechanic to group them, to group a bunch of grunts into one singular entity and pool their HP together for for the party to just keep wailing on. And if they use area attacks, I'll figure out some kind of multiplier, figure out some kind of multiplier for the damage, since it's hitting a bunch of them all at once. I think I know how I can do that. If each creature in the wall of creatures is taking up a space, and they're like, if they're clustered, well, we can make it say that fire hazard, resort to troop grouping, wall of same creatures moving as a mob, combined HP, AoE attacks, damage based on area of effect size, affecting one creature's HP worth for every 5 foot square. Every 5 foot square times 2. Times 2 or times 3? Could you fit 3 creatures? Could you fit 3 creatures within a 5 foot square? You could maybe fit 2. 3 is a bit of a stretch. I'd have to figure out the damage, how the damage numbers would affect that another time. Maybe times 3. Maybe times 3. Testing needed. Well, that way it won't feel like they're wasting effort using area of effect attacks on a mob wall. Higher hazard, resort to a troop grouping. Or massive swarms. Troop grouping and minion rules. Let's have 1 HP for massive swarms. Oh, okay. That should just about do it. Save this file, save. Creature stat. other details. About 5 hours, yeah. That is all I'm gonna do for today right now. I need to go sleep, rest. Ooh. But we're gonna go and raid somebody. Let us see. Who be online? Who be online? Pathfinder or Deep Rock. Either or. I doubt I will see someone playing Pathfinder.
Pathfinder, though. It's not something that a lot of people that I follow play. Stellar Microsoft. No, not really. Anything else tabletop adjacent? Go raid Horatius. I think if he's got his stuff turned on. Oh no, he doesn't have it on. Okay. That's understandable. That's understandable. What about was the other one on button? Don't think so. This one. We're gonna go raid Honey Goblin. She's playing Minecraft. Thank you everyone for stopping by, hanging out, follows, lurking, etc. I hope y'all have a good day, have a good weekend, a good coming week. I will maybe stream tomorrow.